Hey guys, so I just wanted to come on here real quick. I had another disappointing pre-market here on March 4th. It's Thursday. So basically, I haven't really adjusted my trading to the market we're in right now. The first couple weeks, I had a really good, solid growth in my account from 2,000 all the way up to tapping $5,000 in equity, up about 17,000. And the last 2 weeks, I've been doing this for 4 weeks now in this small account challenge. The last 2 weeks have been pretty rough for me. So I've had a very big pullback in my in the size of my account, and also in the way I've been feeling about my trading. I've been trading kind of emotionally the farther along we go here in this sort of bear market we're seeing. And I'm in one trade right here on SKT. I'm just going to hold on to this one to see what it does. And then once I'm done with this trade, I'll be done for the day. So the way I've been trading is just not sustainable in this bear market, and I don't want to continue to do what I've been doing. You know, getting myself down and then trying to climb back throughout the rest of the day just hasn't been working for me. I mean, I've done it the last 2 days. I've gotten down, 3 or 4,000 and climbed all the way back to break even. And then the first day I did that this week, I managed to manage my risk after that. And the next day, yesterday, I just kind of, threw risk out the window and and took some very risky trades on a stock that I shouldn't have had such large size on. I didn't take profit when I was up, and then I held and hoped as it came down. So I've been making a lot of decisions based on emotions recently, and it's just not a good thing for me and my trading at this point. So I'm still doing great in terms of starting with 2,000 4 weeks ago. It's just that the amazing returns that I was able to achieve the first 2 weeks, I haven't been able to sustain those. And so I'm thinking that for tomorrow and probably next week, I'm going to set a restriction on me to only trade to the short side and only trade based off of the VWAP. I've done the best based on trades shorting off the VWAP. That's my go-to setup to do that I do best on. So I think I'm going to stick to that. And so I just got out of SKT here. So I'm down 3,900 on the day, and I'm going to stick around a little bit just to take some trades to the short side if there's anything good. But for I think until next 2 Mondays from now, I'm going to restrict myself to only trading to the short side, because occasionally I'll have a situation where I don't manage my emotions on a short trade or manage my risk occasionally, but more often than not, it's to the long side. That was the case with SNGX this morning pre-market. I made a big mistake there and didn't stop out. My fatal mistakes. Didn't stop out, and I make a lot of good notes throughout the day for what I'm gonna consider doing the next day, and then oftentimes I don't heed my own advice, and and it bites me. So I'm setting a rule for tomorrow, Friday, and all of next week. Even if the market turns around, I'm only going to do short trades. Trades to the short side, short selling, and I'm only going to take entries when we're breaking through or coming up and retesting the VWAP. So kind of putting myself in some trader rehab here. SKT trying to break up above the VWAP. There it goes. So I'm shorting 2,000 of SNGX at 179. This one, I can see it coming all the way back to 160 today on the daily chart. So SNGX. So my mistake on this one today was I bought it here to continue to the long on this big move. And of course, it, in the market we're in, it sold off, and I held my whole position all the way down to $1.80. So that's what really got me today. So both yesterday and today hurt myself pretty badly trading to the long side. So it's not sustainable for me to keep trading the way that I have. Fortunately, I'm very good at coping with large losses. It's something that is unfortunate, but when you're participating in the most volatile stocks in the stock market, you're gonna have to be okay with large losses every now and then. So I don't take it too badly when I do have several $1,000 red days. What's most important is to learn from it and make changes, which I haven't been doing as well as I should. But this is someone growing their experience day trading with complete transparency. If you look around on the internet about day trading, you'll see all kinds of basically garbage about like people selling trading courses, people only sharing their days when they kill it. And the truth is there's just as much loss going on as there is profiting in the stock market. So it's just part of the deal. So I'm being completely transparent. I could just not come on here, not share anything when I have days like this or yesterday. But in the long run, maybe not right now, today or yesterday, but in the long run, I think I will benefit from it, and I think you can benefit from it if you are, participating at all in the stock market, because you can compare how you're doing or what kind of mistakes or things you're doing well to myself, and maybe learn a thing or two from that. At least I hope that's the case. Morning, Jacob. Having another rough day here. Made some traded a little bit poorly this morning, so I'm just hanging out here with a short on the stock that I killed myself onto the long here. And I set a rule for myself for tomorrow, Friday, and all of next week. I'm only going to be shorting stocks, and I'm only going to do it based off of the VWAP, either breaking below the VWAP or coming up, testing, and rejecting, because those are the trades that I've done the best on. So putting myself on a pretty big restriction there. I tend to, I come up with all these great things that I should do to modify my trading, and then the next day I tend to not implement them unless I make very drastic, like exact rules that I absolutely have to adhere to. And so this is going to be the case where I make a drastic change for 6 trading days, which would be through next Friday. It's only trading to the short side, only at the VWAP. That also applies to today for any trades I take as well at this point. So I'll try and take some profit here at 170 on SNGX as it comes down to this moving average. So the moving average here on the daily chart is at 169. So I want to get out a little bit before a cent or two before that, just in case it turns around. It might turn around here at 175. So a lot of stocks coming up pre-market and selling off. It's been the case this whole week, and I still didn't really adjust to that this morning, and burned myself going long on SNGX. So I'm covering 1,000 there, 1,000 shares at 172, and I have 1,000 shares remaining in my position. I'll cover the rest there at 173. So made about $130 on that, I think. So nice little trade. And any other trade I take today will have to be a short based off of a VWAP. Move on the VWAP. So we'll see if there's anything good. Yep, so on both all three stocks that, I've had a considerable loss on here, SLGG. Let's just go over my trades really fast. So this one, I don't know what I was thinking, but it has a high. Oh yeah, it was all the way back here at pre-market. I bought this at 7:30 at right here. I bought this one at 7:30 here for a for continuation on this move, breaking above the VWAP. Very high entry, and it came crashing down. $770 loss. So that was my first trade. To the long. Then I traded SNGX. So SNGX, my really poor trade on this one was for a 5-minute breakout here, it did this huge move up in a you know, not, if it wasn't a bear market and everything wasn't selling off after, you know, moves pre-market, this would have been, you know, an okay trade. But I got in long right here for the break of this. Full account, something like 3,000 something shares, or no, more than that, 4,000 something shares, and I didn't stop out. A good stop out would have been breaking below the VWAP. That would have been, you know, at 215, maybe even 210, so a 20-cent loss. Instead, I held it all the way down here, just holding and hoping that it would come back up, because it had, you know, perceivably good news, but it's kind of late to the party. It's just some COVID vaccine news. So in the past, that would have, you know, had some strong continuation, but not in this market, and I should know that from the last week of trading. And I very poorly managed that trade. I couldn't have done worse on that entry or exit, considering the market we're in. And so here it is. So that's the one I just, you know, took a little trade for $100 something of profit on. If it comes up to close to the VWAP, I'd short it again. And then, to make matters worse, I had a, you know, break-even trade on BLCM, which I could have stayed in, but it was pretty risky, low volume. I wasn't, I got out of that one after. I was like, shoot, this isn't the smartest trade to be in. I'm trading emotionally. So then, SKT, better stock to trade than BLCM. And believe it or not, when I was in SNGX and I was only down 10 or 15 cents before it broke below the VWAP, I was watching SKT and almost got out of SNGX to get in this short on SKT. And this is my bread and butter setup here, which worked perfectly on this trade, except I didn't take it. I was too stubborn, didn't want to take another loss, and so I stayed in SNGX while it was right around its VWAP or just below it. And instead of stopping out with a couple $100 loss on SNGX and being down about 1,000 on the day total, I would have then got in here short about 415 shares or so. I think was at 23.50, coming below VWAP, and I could have rode it all the way down here. I would probably have gotten out at about 21, so $2.50 with 400 something shares. You know, I would have even been green on the day at that point. But because I was so stubborn and I didn't want to take another loss, I was disappointed enough by my trading on SLGG. You know, my mindset based on that rolled into my trade in SNGX. I got stubborn. I didn't want to take a loss. I held it as it came down and down and down. Finally sold it when it was clear it didn't want to come back up. I rolled my emotions from that trade into BLCM, which had 100 something thousand shares of volume, which is super low, and some big spreads. So I got out of that one after, you know, coming to terms with myself and saying, well, shoot, you're just trading emotionally here. You should probably not be in this trade. This one could rip in the wrong direction and you'd be in big trouble again. So then I came to SKT, let's see what my first trade on SKT was. So I shorted SKT at 2036. Where is that? 2036. So I shorted SKT right here. So you can see how it did this huge move down that I had noticed beforehand and thought about but didn't do. And then it, it's consolidating here, still pretty low. I shorted it here at 2036 for this little move down. Held it for a bigger move, didn't take any profit, and came all the way back to VWAP without stopping out, without taking any risk off the table. And then let's see, I bought it back. Oh, it looks like I did take a little bit of profit. So I guess I took some profit at that one. Let's see. Okay, I re-shorted it at 2042. So I shorted it again. I'd made some profit on that. Came back up. I shorted it again at 2042. And then I let it rip all the way up here and bought it back at 2216. Above the VWAP. So on every single trade that I took today, it would have been a reasonable trade, actually a really solid trade, the entries and exits, had I completely switched the direction I was trading long versus short. And that can happen. It happens to me if I am trading emotionally and I roll my emotions and my, unhelpful thoughts from one trade into the next one. So that's where I'm sitting right now. Actually, well, that was the first red trade on SKT. Then I had another one, same exact situation here that you saw me in, where I went, let's see, what was the last trade on SKT? So I shorted it. I forget I'm so, kind of out of it right now that I don't even remember what my entry was the last time I traded SKT, but it was kind of the same deal. So let's see here. I shorted it at oh, never mind. That was SNGX. So here we go. I bought it. All right, yeah. So here's what I did on my last trade at SKT. I bought it at 22.20 something here. So I think I bought it right here. Yeah, I bought it here. So this is where I covered. I covered and then immediately bought it for continuation over the VWAP. And of course, because it had already, broke the VWAP and was just testing it, it was very likely it wasn't going to continue higher. This looks very similar pattern to some setups that I took and had really nice profits on 3 and 4 weeks ago, except I was just approaching it from a bad mindset here, deep in the red, and so I bought it right here. And I could have just held on to my position here, my short position, and it would come up and reject, and I could get out for a smaller loss or just keep holding it. But instead I covered and bought it for a move above the VWAP, and instead it came down. I held it through this, I held it through here all the way back up to basically my price, and I went live a minute before the market opened, and then I held it and stopped out here at 21.29, or let's see, 22.25. No, 21.29. Yeah. So, yeah, right there, 21.29. Anyways, that's that. So that's a summary of my emotional trading this morning. Another drawdown in the account, still up several thousand overall. So nothing I can't come back from, but pretty unfortunate. So after yesterday, here's the equity curve in my account. So had super solid first 2 weeks. Well, one $1,500 or so pullback. Another pullback there. Up just under $15,000 of profit, starting with 2,000, which is incredible and unrealistic to sustain. But what I can do is I can keep those profits moving forward instead of throwing them away, emotionally trading my P&L and having days like this, and after today, it'll be back, say 8765. So it'll be, about here after today. So very big drawdown there, very big pullback on the equity, very avoidable. So I'm not, I don't need this money to live off of. It's, that would be awesome to be able to live off of, starting with a $2,000 account. And if I can keep up my good trading and minimize and eliminate these days like yesterday from 12.9 to 8 after commissions, then I'll be in good shape. So setting that restriction of only trading to the short side for the next 6 trading days and only off of the VWAP is my plan for putting myself into timeout and only doing what I do the very best. Because if I don't kind of limit myself to a certain setup like that, I start branching off and trying to take trades left and right on things that I don't have as strong of a conviction on. And if I'm red on the day, or if I've had a pretty volatile day P&L wise, as demonstrated yesterday, I can throw risk out the window and just throw caution to the wind and make some bad decisions. And it's all okay. It's I'm learning, every day that I'm here in the market, experiencing these things and analyzing it and talking about it. The end goal is to have improvements over time. And unlike some people make it look on the internet, day trading is not easy. It's very, very, very much the opposite. So if you try it out, if you haven't tried this out, if you do try it out, you'll probably learn from experience everything I've kind of been talking about this morning. And yeah, so every day I'll learn something, and hopefully I'll be able to make something of that in the long run. And I'm still green on the small account challenge by a lot. So that's that. Now I'm just going to sit here for a bit and look for any moves based off the VWAP. But at this point, most of the stocks are trading well below the VWAP. We have SKT here. This one, double tap the VWAP here, pre-market, and then at the market open, and it's coming down. And then we have SNGX. This one hasn't really tapped the VWAP at all since early in pre-market, but it's coming down. It doesn't have a lot of room on the daily chart. It could come down to, even the low 60s maybe, who knows. So that's SNGX. And then we have SLGG. This one, I don't think I can short it, but this is the first one I traded. That one had a nice break below the VWAP here. The other one I took a trade on. This BLCM I shorted. That one could have been a good bounce off the VWAP here after the market open. The only problem is the volume. Right now it's at 632 shares of volume. And it could keep coming down on the daily chart, but so 2 years ago, when I first started paying attention, and then in between now and then, when I've really gotten into trading more, sometimes when I've had, streaks of difficulty maintaining my my hard-earned profits, I've been a little bit more bummed out about it and not looked like right now. I just caused myself to have some considerable losses here an hour ago and 2 hours ago, and I can sit here and look at it and kind of analyze what I was doing and what I was thinking to end up with this result right now. And to be able to do that, I'm pretty happy that I can do that now. In the past, maybe I didn't. I just got frustrated and went off and did whatever I had for the rest of the day without looking back logically and seeing what exactly I was doing. So that's a good thing. And yeah. I need to maybe have a way to penalize myself if I break my rule the next 6 days, but I don't know what that would be yet. So I don't know if you guys know much about intermittent fasting or fasting at all, but I like to do some intermittent fasting. I sometimes only eat between 2 p.m. and 8 p.m. And I've also fasted for 5 days once without any calories just to have the experience. And so it's not a huge deal for not eating a day for a day or two, but at one point, maybe a year ago, I made this rule where on red days I wasn't allowed to eat anything And that was interesting because if I had a red day on Friday, then I was presumably going to fast throughout the weekend, which, 3 days, if I've done 5, 3 isn't a big deal. It's not exactly the smartest, healthiest decision. So, I've done all kinds of interesting things like that. I like to experiment with things, so that was, I'm not doing that now. That doesn't make a difference in my trading. In fact, it probably hinders it, because it's probably good to not be trading when I'm super hungry. So, yep, sometimes I'm extreme. But I'd be interested to know, for any of you guys, if you have any ways that you keep yourself accountable following any trading rules that you have set for yourself. I would be interested to know what kinds of ways you keep yourself accountable to always follow those guidelines that you have set for yourself. Because that is one thing that I cannot do so well sometimes, or when I do kind of break my general guidelines, is when I have streaks, red streaks, like I'm having right now. So SKT having a really nice drop here. If I was on the right side of the market, if I wasn't for some reason trading all 3 of these stocks to the long side, I could have had a killer day this morning. Just didn't adjust to the market. SNGX also moved down. There haven't been any stocks hitting the high of day scanner for about 20 minutes now, which is pretty indicative of bear market and selling off of these pre-market moves. So for those of you that can't trade to the short side, this must be a difficult time. Probably the best thing is just sitting it out. I can trade to the short side. I've just not adjusted to this change in the market. So all these stocks that I traded have had really nice really nice opportunity to the downside today. This is another one that traded a little bit yesterday. Stopped out on. So one potential trade could be VRTV if it comes up and tests the VWAP. Yesterday it had, you know, its earnings come out, and it had a huge move from 20s to mid 40s. So if it comes up to the VWAP, might be interested in that one. As far as the level 2 on my screen, for now, just because this is such a small channel, I'm pretty sure I'm just going to leave it up. No one has really informed me, and I did a quick Google, maybe not Googling the right thing, but maybe it's in some agreement I agreed to when I opened my account, but I haven't seen the exact answer on that. So even though it might not be allowed or very heavily frowned upon or whatever, at this point with, you know, 5 to 10 people following along, I think it is not a big deal. Could be wrong. So it's nice to see at least one stock, you know, moving up. But how far it will go, who knows? RETO. Boosts revenue momentum with new RMB 10.7 million sales contract. Nicholas, they are. I you know, continued to do what I did yesterday pretty much. I was on the wrong side of every move I traded. My entries and exits would have been perfect if I had flipped them, and instead of short I was long, or long I was short. So very unfortunate, you know, emotionally trading versus you know, logical trading of any kind. And yep, still, yep. I'll it might take me longer than it should, but I'm working on it, so we'll see. I just haven't adjusted to the market. For whatever reason. So I did decide that for tomorrow, and well, for right now, today and tomorrow and all of next week, that I am going to only be trading to the short side, and I'm also only going to be trading right off the VWAP or near VWAP rejections. I think when I can go both long and short, I end up getting myself in trouble, because if I am doing poorly in one direction, for example, trying to go long in a market where everything's popping up and selling off like it has been, then I'll carry, you know, those emotions over to any short opportunities, stocks I might want to be shorting, and just not take good entries. And so haven't been doing well, but I'll be for the next 6 trading days, I'm going to only trade to the short side, only off the VWAP, because that's where I've done the best. That's where I can be most consistent. From the history of my trading. So still up. Obviously it doesn't mean a lot if I continue this trend, but still up several $1,000s. But if I keep trading like this and going, oh look, I'm, you know, still up this much, pretty soon that won't be the case. So here's that equity curve after commissions since I started with $2,000 right there, and now it'll be down here. So up a little under 5,000 after today at this point. So I'm just watching VRTV here to see if it can pull up closer to the VWAP. I'll probably end up, I don't know. I say I'm just gonna end up calling it a day, and then I stick around for the whole market. So what am I gonna do today? Probably a smart thing to do would be call it a day and come back tomorrow with my my firm rule of only shorting and only based on moves off the VWAP. But if there is a good setup on the VWAP today and I can manage the trade unlike I did earlier today, then there's nothing wrong with that either. I just don't know if I want to stay here another 6.5 hours, or however many hours. 5.5 hours. So hopefully some of you guys can learn from my mistakes without actually making them. If just one of you observing me making mistakes helps you in your trading, then I'm happy for that. But it's one thing to learn from observing versus actually doing so. So just gonna go down some of the stocks on the scanner here from stocks gapping up. FPRX is getting bought out, so that's why this one is the leading gapper here, up 78%. It's just trading right here near the buyout price. Next one down, SVBI, up 25%. Merger, so similar deal here, just trading right at this price, 1070 or so. So Not those aren't really interesting. And then we have SKT, which we've talked about that one. And then we have AESE. Not too interesting. Can't short it. SANW. Another great short off the VWAP. So many stocks today that have had these moves off the VWAP. And if I was only trading to the short side and managed my trades well, would be having a really nice day. So the news on SANW. First Act herbicide receives EPA approval, paving the way for the commercial launch of the double team sorghum cropping solution. So I don't even know what that is. Not much agricultural stuff going on in Alaska. So something's hitting the scanners. STG. Nice and cheap, $1.20. No news. Jumping up a little bit here. Not a whole lot though. So back to this. So I think we just looked at SANW, S&W Seed Company. Would have been a nice short at the market open off the VWAP. But pretty low volume. Then there's SLGG, the first stock I traded today. Looks like it's testing the VWAP here. Unfortunately, I can't short it. Otherwise, I would have taken an entry right there. And my stop would have been about 655 or 655, keeping my stop tight. If you have it, if you have Trade Zero, is SLGG easy to borrow on Trade Zero? I'd be interested to know. So I still wouldn't have taken any profit on this one if I have a stop at 655. Looks like I would have probably getting stopped out here because it has a huge buyer there. Yep, so would have probably stopped out for a loss on SLGG shorting it. Next on the scanners we have AHCO. The farther down we get, the less of a gap up they're at right now. AHCO, this one, Adept Health Corporation, fourth quarter earnings were good. Earnings and revenues surpassed estimates, and look what it did. It opened up, came up, has very low volume, 530,000 shares. Jumped up here right at the market open, pre-market, and then since then dropped like a rock from 35.80 all the way down to 32 right now. Alright, right back to where it was trading yesterday. So much for earnings surpassing estimates for AHCO. The only potential short I could see myself taking right now is on VRTV if it tests the VWAP. Excuse me. But big spreads on VRTV. Let's see here. I don't know if any of you guys saw it, but SpaceX had a nice landing of their Starship SN-10 rocket yesterday. That was pretty cool. Some of the videos didn't show what happened a few minutes after it landed, but it exploded. But it was able to land standing up, so that was a pretty amazing accomplishment by SpaceX yesterday. So RKT, big move 2 days ago, came back down yesterday, and now it's just hanging out around where it closed yesterday. So not a whole lot going on that is of any interest to me right now. Just paying for my education, my re-education on the change in the market. Didn't learn my lesson yesterday. Yeah, it looks like VRTV wants to break down some more here. So looks like about a 30-cent spread on VRTV. So you can see how quickly the price can jump up or down on this one. It's not a ton of volume, 1.6 million shares. SKT trying to break below this level here. but coming back up for right this second. Yep. Scott says VRTV is tricky to short since there's large institutional holdings. On my failed long trade on SNGX this morning pre-market, because it's easy to borrow, and it has a, well, it says 4.9% right now, but I thought I saw 6 somewhere maybe. Anyways, it had, some kind of reasonable short float, or people shorting it, and it was easy to borrow. I thought it might do a squeeze up over the VWAP and continue higher. So that's why I stuck in this one so long, but definitely goes against the market we're in. But it had a catalyst, jumped up a whole bunch, got above all the moving averages, and then just flopped. So VRTV coming up a little bit. So I am watching it, but I would only short it if it got closer to the VWAP. So the ask got up to 40.98, I think I saw. I had an order to sell 100 or 150 shares at 41. But looks like it didn't want to come all the way up to VWAP there. Yep, big spreads. CPE hitting the scanner. $2.3 million shares of volume, 33 million float. It's up 34. Never mind. Its price is just under 35 here. So not a whole lot of interest at all right now. So far in March, would have been a lot better off withdrawing my full account and buying a couple million shares or whatever I could get of Dogecoin. Maybe I should have done that. How much is Dogecoin? 5 cents. Oh, that's only 300,000. I could have exchanged my profits for 300,000 shares of Dogecoin at 5 cents. Sounds like a smart investment. CPE is continuing higher. Crude petroleum and natural gas extraction. It has a short float of 22.7%, so that is a reasonable short float on CPE. So some people are probably going to be covering if they haven't been yesterday and today. According to FinViz, the short float is 19.39% on CPE. So there's a nice trend line here from the highs. The SLGG has been hitting here pre-market and right at the market open. I don't remember. I don't know what the catalyst is for this one. Maybe it's just because it's a gaming stock, so hyped up a little bit by GME. But So I threw out an order to sell 10 shares of GameStop at 1970. I'm gonna increase it just a little bit here to make it. So GameStop's just dropped below the VWAP, and there's a really nice wedge on the GameStop daily chart. Looks like it might has very big spreads, but I'll show you on the daily chart what I'm looking at here. See this really nice wedge here on GameStop? So could be due for a move lower. It's pretty much at the apex of that, and it's dropped down below the VWAP. I just didn't get a good entry, but it could drop down quite a bit if it comes out of this wedge here. So I'd try to get in at high 19s. So here's the daily chart of GameStop. I'm going to draw some trend lines here on this wedge. Doesn't look perfect, but there. Don't know exactly where to draw it here, maybe the body of the candle. No. So it's not really a perfect wedge. But trying to sell 50 shares. So I'm in short GameStop with 50 shares at 1990. The VWAP is at 120.02. So I would look for this to reject that, but if it's not going to, then I'll look to get out of it. Nice big spreads. So not a typical price range that I'd usually trade in, but it fits my restriction for the next 6 trading days in that it's a stock. It's a trade based off the VWAP. So the VWAP's at 120.01. I got in with a limit order to sell 50 shares at 119.90. It briefly shot up to 120.28 as the high when my order executed. Now it's hanging around here just below that, and there's huge spreads, so no, not a great trade by any means, but it's holding below the VWAP for now, and I only have 50 shares. $50 shares of this at 120 is $6,000. So what got me interested in trading GameStop and my setup don't really correlate, because I'm interested in the daily wedge, but my setup is the VWAP, which is very much not a daily setup at all. On the 5-minute chart trading the VWAP. So a little bit of some conflicting influences there on me taking this trade. It is making a wedge on the 5-minute chart. So here's the trend line right here, or a trend line. And here's from the top of the trend here. So we do have this sort of wedge right here. I guess I got in a little bit on the lower end of this range here of this wedge. Looks like to the downside it's definitely respected 116, or right around 116. $115.50 to 116. Scott calling out RETO back below VWAP. So my profit target on this trade on GME would be $4 down at 116. Which is that level I was looking at on the daily chart. But if it does get down that low, it has the chance to break out of this wedge. But right now it's above the VWAP. Well, back and forth. SLGG is going higher. 78 8 million shares of volume. Had a really nice 5-minute breakout. So you can see the wedge pretty well on GameStop here on the 1-minute chart as well. SLGG holding up. So GameStop probably want to stop out before it gets to 122, because that would be 50% of the move in the opposite direction of my price target. So stopping out of GameStop, $114 loss on that. I had a $2 stop with 50 shares. My target was 116 for breaking below this wedge on the 5-minute chart. SLGG trying to break $8. So you see this trend line I drew on the 5-minute chart on SLGG of these highs pre-market, and how it exploded through that trend line there to come up a whole dollar here. It's pulling back a bit now, but it's a nice move. It's good to see some moves like this to the long in this market. To the upside. Hopefully it can hold this level. So GameStop continuing higher. Now it's at the top of the range on the daily chart here of this wedge. Right here. If it breaks above 127.75, that's the high of this candle here. RMNI. $1 million shares of volume. Fourth quarter earnings. Making new highs. So on the daily chart, the high of this last green candle is 127.75 on GameStop. And we're 3 cents down from there here. I mean $3 down from there. It did have a nice break out of this wedge on the 5-minute chart to the upside. I was anticipating it moving down, so I was short. Got out of that. If it continues higher, breaking the high of this last minute candle is a daily breakout. And then after 127.75 we have the this level pre-market 128, but it did spike up to 131.35 yesterday in after hours. So SLGG coming down a little bit here. So really could have done well if I had established the rule I have now before pre-market today. So looks like SLGG doing a 5-minute breakout here. We'll see if it can move higher or not, but it would be surprising to see it keep going with the action we've seen overall this week of stocks selling off after their moves. It's at 103 million shares of volume, and it has a 15.6 million share float. So SLGG continuing higher here. See if it gets back over $8. The high of this last move is 8.11. So SLGG, new highs of day. So it's really nice to see at least one stock moving like this. So very nice for SLGG. Four, 5 days ago, SLGG was at $3. So pretty big drop there on SLGG from 850, 849 back to the teens. Dropping below $8 now. Let's look at the daily chart. So it looks like 850 is definitely a level on the daily chart, so might not get up above 850 today. If you look back here in 2019, let's expand this out. You can see, so 850 is right there. You can see how it bounced off this level quite a bit in March, May, June, and July of 2019. So SC just hit the scanners. 1.3 million shares of volume. It's kind of interesting on the daily chart. $27 has been respected here repeatedly. So even going back to early 2020 and the summer of 2020. So if I weren't restricting myself to what I am restricting myself to right now, only shorting based on moves off the VWAP, I would have considered shorting this one right here below $27. But it doesn't have a whole lot of volume. STG continuing higher. Cheap stock, $1.50. It's on the daily chart, it's right up this moving average, so some resistance there to continue any higher at 156. So SLGG coming back up. See if it breaks 850. It's been pretty strong today. So there are big sellers at 850 there. But it's still trying to push on it, and boom, broke through 850. So VRTV ended up this is where I was looking to short it, but it didn't quite get up to my price. I even put an order out, but it was at I forget what it was at, but it didn't get close enough to the VWAP for me to short it, but now it's come down a couple dollars. SLGG. Looks like it was coming back up. SLGG, pretty strong here. Holding up. There's 4 minutes left on this 5-minute candle. The only not good thing I see about it here is well, first the 850 level on the daily chart. So that's actually one considerable thing, and then also on the 5-minute chart here. This is technically a breakout here on the 5-minute chart. This candle was a lower high than this one, and then it broke up above 850 and then came back down, and so it's coming down now. So it's not looking like it wants to continue past 850. Our MNI though has continued higher than the daily level I pointed out on this one. It's at 10:45. So This one has had a pretty good run since the new year. And SLGG all the way back to below $8. So breaking down on SLGG. I think I'm going to take a small short trade on RMNI just to mess around with some stop orders, because I usually don't set stop orders. Or take profit orders, but I think that's one thing that could help me a lot is setting setting stops so I'm not stopping out manually. So just going to be messing around with my hotkeys a little bit here probably. Weird. Okay. So, what should my hotkeys be for setting stop losses on short positions? I should have them for different amounts of cents. So, I also want to be able to probably have a trailing stop. Yeah, I have, usually I'll like write down the stocks that I traded, or just pull up the stocks I traded from the last couple days. But I guess I haven't been doing that recently, so I should add that to my to-do list. Stop for 10 cents below the bid. That would be taking profit on a short position. So right now I just have one hotkey to set a stop for shorting, which is 15 cents. Alt S, and it sets it 15 cents above the average position price. So that's that. I'm just so unused to setting stops, and aside from mental stops, that I'm just kind of thinking about it, like, how would I set them? Because usually it's based on, based on some kind of range, or the high of a previous candle, or a moving average, something like that. So it's a little bit more dynamic than 15 cents above my average price. But I suppose if I have an order for 15 cents above my average price, that would work okay starting out. 15 cents isn't a whole lot. So I might get stopped out more often than I want to, but at least it will be 15 cents instead of $1 or $1.50 or something crazy like that, when I fail to manually stop out and have a big loss. I don't think I can do that. I don't think I can. Oh yeah, well, I could manually type it in. I'm just thinking of maybe a hotkey. So maybe I should just manually type in stop orders every time I take a trade, right after I take it. lot of the time with the previous day runners to the upside, it's very common for them not to be easy to borrow for me for shorting, but sometimes they are. So I'll start looking at those more. so I guess I can set them manually. That was the first time I've ever set a stop order on a short position, ever. Probably a very smart thing for me to do. So maybe I'll find another possible move to short something on and test that some more. I need to see how long it takes me to type, you know, to set the stop after I get into a position. Unless I can just type the stop price in the same order, which I should be able to, but I just need to figure that out. So let's just say I'll short 100 shares of RM and I at a price of well, that doesn't work. So right now I'm just messing around with my order entries to try and figure out the best way to set stops. Set stops to execute automatically as opposed to manually stopping out of trades. It's been recommended to me many times and I've never really done it, so I should probably try that. See if it'll help me from having some of my bigger losses when I don't manually stop out. Would have helped today if I had set that on SNGX for sure. Probably SKT as well. Probably all of them. But I would definitely prefer a hotkey. That way I don't have to fill this thing out every time I take a trade. SKT dropping. Looks like it couldn't break below $18, but it just did. So continuing its move down. So if SKT has a pullback up towards 18 at all here, I'm going to try and see how quickly I can get in with the short position and then set a stop that's a pretty tight stop, just to see how realistically I can use it on these stocks that move quickly. So I have an order out to sell 250 shares at 17.80. That's not exactly the best price to get in, but if it does get there, then I can try and set. I guess I can just have a SKT up here, 250 shares, and I can set it to 17.90 stop. So I guess I can do that, and then just as soon as it executes my order, I could I guess I can do that. Just use both two order entry windows to have it ready to go. So I don't like the idea of having two level 2 windows open for the same stock though, because then I can't keep an eye on another stock as easily on the same screen. but it's kind of cool. I have a little tiny short trade on RMNI, just testing these hotkeys. So for the break of 7, I tried to get in for the break of 750 on SKT. So now, let's see, I put a price here of 1755. So see, this is pretty tedious here doing that, and then buy, and now I have a stop order at 1755. So we'll see. That was pretty tedious. I don't like that. So it'll possibly come up to 1755 here. Just playing around with setting stop orders because I never really use them, or never really used them until now. But I'm going to start using them. So now I guess I could just walk away and know that I won't have a big loss on these. So, that's nice to know. I should probably figure out hotkeys for stop orders. So it looks like SKT is coming up to 1755. So executed at 1759. So I guess whenever it hits the stop price, it markets out of it. So it's good to be able to use these now. So I'm just messing around with order entries and stops. To get prepared for the future. So now this would stop out with half my position at 10:20 or 10:30 and half of it at 10:40. So just experimenting here. So it looks like it might come up to 10:30. So there goes one of my stops. I'll probably stop messing around with this pretty soon just because I don't want to rack up too many commissions or losses. But 10:38, so big drop there. I think this could really help me on stocks that are kind of whipsawing around when I'm trying to get an entry, because when I'm sitting here ready to manually stop out of trades, you know, I have very like tense, staring down the level 2 and the time and sales and the chart and looking at everything, ready to, you know, hit the hotkeys super quickly. But if I have a stop set, then I already know that, you know, this is the price that I'm going to be getting out. It's going to happen automatically, and I can, you know, instead of being like instead of looking at that with laser vision, waiting to see if I need to stop out or whatnot, I can, you know, be looking at other things. So, could help. Time will tell. So now I'm messing around trying to figure out the trailing stops so I could really let something run. So half of this position I have set as a hard. I have half of it set as a hard stop. Oh, weird. So breaking below VWAP here. So I need to figure out these trailing stops. How do I set the distance? Alright, that didn't work. So that was market plus If any of you guys use stops, if any of you guys set stops, I'd like to know if you how you do it, if you use any hotkeys, or if you can set your stop right when you send your order to get into a position simultaneously. So I like the idea of trailing stops, but for longer duration trades, I would have to have a bigger trail. I just set this one at 20 cents. But for if I'm trading for a big move here, let's watch this. So the price it's gone to is 983, so it's moved down to 1003. That's already, you know, a profitable trade, but a lot of the times when I short, I'm short for hours, and it can come down, move back up, move lower. So I guess it depends on what price the stock is and how it's trading for how big a trailing stop should be. It's just a foreign concept to me, setting these stops, because I never have used them. With a 10-cent spread here and a 20-cent trailing stop, it's not that far off. Could stop out on a little jump. So I set half of my position on a 20-cent trailing stop and half on a 30-cent trailing stop. So the current stops are 976 and 986. So I guess with trailing stops, it might be now they're moving down 974, 984. It might be easier to trade more than one stock at a time. So I'm actually kind of liking the idea of trailing stops. Might not be able to always get out at the best price, but look at that. Just came up, executed my 20-cent stop there at 9. Let's see, execution's 973. So yeah, I could have got a way better price if I didn't have a trailing stop, but I could have just been leaving this on autopilot and letting it do its thing, and could be trading another stock. So pretty handy. So I can leave that trade there and be looking at a completely different stock. Pretty cool. It's kind of funny how I'm just experimenting with this for the first time, using stops. So still messing around with trailing stops and stop orders. I haven't used them before today, so normally I've just not normally, for the last almost pretty much 2 years of trading, I have never used stop orders until today. And I've decided, after the rough time I've put myself through the last 2 days with kind of over trading pre-market and just staying in trades too long that I shouldn't be in, I've decided to experiment with stop orders. Normally I just stop out manually, so I'm actively watching the movement of the stock's price, and I just stop out with hotkeys manually. But I would like to try and use stop orders and see if that can have an impact on have a positive impact on my trading. So far, a little bit tricky figuring out exactly how to best use these orders. Right now I have some trailing stops on RMNI. I added a little bit for the break of this wedge to the downside. If it comes down, added at 970, I think. Yep. But just experimenting here, seeing what I can come up with for some kind of proficiency sending out these stop orders. Because it seems to take me some time to get them where I want them after I get into a stock. Ideally, I'd like to be able to immediately have the stop set, which I think there should be a way to have that in the order where the stop is automatically set, but I don't know. I can't find it. So we're right at the point of expecting a move on this wedge here on RMNI. So it looks like if it does come down, there's not a lot of support here till 957 right here. So it's good to see that there's not a whole lot of buying that would be happening here. So we got a 11-cent spread, support at 958. So still can't just make up its mind whether it's going to come down or go up. There's a nice big wedge here forming on GameStop, so keep an eye on that just for grins. But it looks like tomorrow might be the breakout day for a wedge on the 5-minute chart. So one of my trailing stops just executed at 976. So I think I'm gonna call it good for today. This has been a longer day and not a fun day, but more experience for sure. Got to play with stops and trailing stops. So with the exception of getting out of this small position on RMNI, I'll be done for now. In the chance that I do take any more trades, I'll just make a really quick video just out of transparency if you're following along on seeing how I grow or don't grow my account over time. After today, it's been a roller coaster for sure in the account. This was yesterday. Made it back to green and then gave it all back, being risky. So here's this before today. And let me just check it on this trade really fast. So before today, my cumulative P&L after commissions was $8,081 overall in the last 3.5 weeks. SLGG moving again. So after today, it's going to be, around 4. So today alone, giving back half of what I had remaining. And as we've talked about before, that's not sustainable. The market's not hot right now. It's not hot for going back and forth between short and long. It's pretty hot as in terms of short selling after stocks sell off. I've just been impatient and not waited until clear entries. So being patient and waiting for things to settle down pre-market, and for there to be opportunities to take good entries off of dropping below the VWAP or retesting the VWAP after it's come down, are all good options for me. I just need to stop being too aggressive too early on before there's some clear moves to be had. So that's the plan. I'll be back at it tomorrow morning, and unlike today, I'm going to try and apply what I'm learning from experience from today and yesterday tomorrow. So we'll be back at it tomorrow. My account will be, probably around $5,000, which is a pretty big drop from what it was. But it's still, still doing good. As long as I can turn around my, not turn around, as long as I can curb my, I don't know what it is, my tendency to start out every day like it's a really hot market, even if it isn't. So you have to trade the market. This morning, there weren't any stocks gapping up all that much, honestly, pre-market. Usually we want to see, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100% gaps on the day, and there just weren't that many today. So, should I close this position out now? I think so. So I'll just close this out. Well, there's, some selling at 974, so I'll tell you what, I'll update you tomorrow morning when I start the live stream how I ended this trade. How's that? So another red day, down $3,738 realized right now, and in a break-even trade on RMNI. I'm going to be shutting down my trading pretty soon, most likely, and it's just kind of pointless to leave this live stream going for a really long time if I'm not doing any and not doing anything. If I'm just sitting here not really trading, not really talking about anything, I don't want to have this go on for another hour and 44 minutes until the market closes. So I'll be back at it tomorrow morning, and we'll look to turn around my trading so that I'm trading the market instead of trading what I want the market to be. So have a good day, and I'll be back tomorrow morning.